Cek 1 2 3, cek 1 2 3, cek 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3, tes mic, cek 1 2 3. Cek. Sebentar, itu gampang, tinggal coba. Cek 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3. Cek mic 1 2 3. Cek 1 1 2 3, cek mic 1 1 2 3, cek mic. Cek server A. Cek 1 1 2 3, cek mic 1 2 3, cek mic 2 2, cek mic 2 2, satunya tidak.
You have 10 minutes to prepare. Wisdom is a capacity of the mind that allows us to understand life, looking for the good in others, for beautiful lips speak only words for kindness, and for poise, walk with the knowledge that you are never alone. In this last session of semi-final round, we have SMAN 1 Bajawa and mixed team. Please welcome. In this session, we have this house believe that the application of 5M and 3T is a state solution which has no solution. Acting as government team, we have mixed team, Melchior Babano as the first speaker, Maria Heliana Goa as the second speaker, Francisca M. Soli as the third speaker, and the reply speaker is Melchior Babano. Acting as opposition team, we have SMAN 1 Bajawa, Laurencia Maria Carmelita Milos, the first speaker, Bonifacius Francisco de Esteos, the second speaker, Giovanni Stanley Manuel Watus, the third speaker, and Bonifacius Francisco de Esteos, the reply speaker. To open the debate, I give the chance to the first speaker of mixed team to deliver the speech.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, honorable all educators and ladies and gentlemen. I am the Prime Minister of this House, and this House truly believes that the application of 5M and treaty is a state solution which has no solution. Okay, first, let me tell you that for taking down the pandemic, government suggests 5M to be our guideline and also treaty. But those things, and 5M is wearing masks, washing hands, making distance, avoid crowd, and minimize mobilization. And treaty is testing, tracing, and treatment. You see, this method already been established in Indonesia since March 2020. But yet now the infection rate is still increasing. So and many people are still get infected. So this is the proof that actually this solution is not as a solution at all, because when people already done this thing, but still many people got infected. So how can you say that this method is very useful when the result is not tell you the same way? This has already run in Indonesia, but case of COVID-19 still rising until today. And even hours to hours, still many people got infected. Updated data show us that more than 1.4 million people has tested positive coronavirus, and 41,000 among them have died. This proves that the implementation of 5M is not is a solution which has no solution, because you see, even with 5M and also treaty, the spread of COVID-19 still rising and continue. This virus still haunted us. According to hellodoctor.com, there are other ways than 5M to protect ourselves from COVID-19. Hellodoctor.com claims that the effective way to avoid COVID-19 is by vaccinating. So with that, people could get stronger immunity and help them to not be easily attacked by COVID-19. If we only apply 5M and treaty but never get vaccinated, then it's useless, because we have no strong immunity at all. People still susceptible, and what happened next is like our situation now. More and more people got infected, and it leads to their death even. 5M and treaty may be the easiest way, but not the effective way. Ladies and gentlemen, all educators, China was first declared success to defeat this virus because what they did, and they don't did 5M and treaty, but they did the other way that the most effective way. That way is disinfectant spraying on a large scale. So with disinfectant spraying, according to Sri Mulyani, one of our ministers, the virus will be easier to defeat by disinfectant, and also by stronger our immunity. COVID-19 task force in Indonesia suggested that we should have vaccinated. So this house truly believe that our motion today is really right. The application of 5M and treaty is as a state solution which has no solution. Nowadays, now COVID-19 has already been 1 year since the first case of COVID-19 in 2020, but yet more people got infected and also have died. So it's crystal clear proof that 5M and treaty is not effective at all. COVID-19 is a disease that attacks our immune system. So to fight this virus, first we have to strengthen our immunity, the main problem. So to defeat something that attacks our immunity, we have to stronger our immunity, not to only implement 5M and treaty. If you implement those things, but you never get vaccinated, which leads to your immune system to strengthen your immune system, then it is useless. Because to fight this virus, we have to fight it in this virus main problem. Yes, please.
Why you say that 3M and 5M, 3T and 5M is not solutive?
Okay, I'm sorry, but I already tell you the reason. But if you still questioning, okay, I will answer. But it shows that you're not listening. So protecting down this virus, I tell you that it's not solutive. It's a solution which has no solution because many people already did these things. They already implement 5M and treaty, but yet still people get infected, and also 41,000 people have died because of this virus. So how can you say that this virus is effective when so many people die out there? It is a nonsense if you still against this motion today, our motion today. Okay, please let me continue. So, ladies and gentlemen, 5N and treaty maybe help us, but it's not even that effective. If you're looking for other ways, to prevent ourselves to this virus, I might suggest you have vaccinated, disinfectant spraying, and also one simple thing but really helpful is consuming vitamin. These are the most effective way because with this we can strengthen our immune system. These are the main point here. Our immune system, because COVID-19 is a disease that attacks our immune system. So to fight this virus, we have to strengthen the main problem, which is our immune system. So in the end, ladies and gentlemen, I, as the Prime Minister of this House, the Government House, strongly supporting our motion today. The application of 5N and treaty is a state solution which has no solution. I really suggest this motion based on what I already said. Even if we implement 5M and treaty, still many people got infected and also many people have died. So there is a more effective way to defeat this virus, which I already say, such as vaccinated, disinfectant spraying on a big scale, and also consuming vitamin. There is no other excuses to be against the motion that we're talking about today, because the proof is really valid. And to end, I, as the Prime Minister, and on behalf of my mixed team, we really suggest our motion today. That's all. Thank you.
The first speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 13 seconds. To respond to the case of the government, I summon the first speaker of the opposition team to deliver the speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. and Mrs. Chairman, and Mr. and Mrs. Timekeeper. Thank you for the opportunity for given to us. Now, let me introduce our team. I am Laurencia Maria Carmelita Milo as the first speaker.
I'm Bonifacius Francisco Arnoldos Deo as the second speaker and the reply speaker.
I am Giovanni Stanley Emmanuel Watu as a third speaker.
We are from opposite team. Really disagree this motion that the application of 5M and 3T is state solution which has no solution. Here are we have some points. We should know there are COVID-19. You know, COVID-19 very dangerous. Two, 3T. 3T or testing, tracing, and treatment. Testing means that we test or check out our health. Do we have the virus or not using rapid test or swab? Tracing means we track people who meet with the infected people. It is usually be done after doing the testing, and the last is the treatment. The person who got infected will be treated in a hospital or doing quarantine at home or at the place where they're alone.
May I say something?
No sense. And 5M is the health protocol proposed by government for the people of Indonesia as the way of disgrace and protect for people from the infected by coronavirus.
May I say something, please?
Okay. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. You say that 5M is one of the methods that people can use to prevent themselves for having COVID-19. But please tell us your opinion. Why, even with people already implement 5M, still many people got infected and also have died?
Okay, thank you for your question. I will try to answer your question. As 5M and 3T is no prevent from happening if they is used to minimize the patients or reduce the spread of the coronavirus. Let me continue my point. For the people of Indonesia, as one of the way of disgrace and protect people from infected by coronavirus, the 5M here are washing hands, physical distance, wearing masks, and avoiding crowded area, and then restrict mobility and interaction. Preventing the spread of the COVID-19 with 5M treaties, in addition to the 3Ts health protocol and 5M is now in scope to fight COVID-19. During the corona pandemic, which until now has to end. The application of 3Ts can be done by carrying out the last three. This Namely, wearing masks, wash your hands, keeping a distance, and avoiding a crowded. In addition to treaties, this effort to further suppress the spread of the COVID-19 virus are also added with the implementation of treaty, namely testing, tracing, and treatment. This treaty action should be taken by the relevant authorities to conduct testing, tracking, and treatment or treatment to the person exposed to the virus. 5M movement, the meaning of the 5M movement, there are last two versions. The first version is complement to 3M to treaty action. The 5M movement is wearing mask, wash your hands with soap and rainwater, keep your distance away from the crowd, and as well as mobilization and interaction. No longer to treaty sovereignty. The spread of coronavirus needs the application of health protocol COVID-19. It needs public awareness, considering that on street sometimes many do not comply with the health protocols. Said deputy considering that on street sometimes and Director General and Finance of the RSUD KLMC Wangsa Negoro or RSWN Semarang Dr. Eko Krisnanto SPKK some time ago quit from the official website of Radio Republik Indonesia RRI5M. Other persons were presented by the head of health office DKI Jakarta Widi Sastuti. He explained that 5M is SMAN. Thank you.
The first speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To extend the case of the government, I summon the second speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Good morning, everybody. The honorable juries, timekeeper, and all the audience, thanks for the chance given. Ladies and gentlemen, our team still agree with the motion that the application of 5M treaty is a state's solution which has no solution. Firstly, the policy of 5M treaty is not a solution. Ladies and gentlemen, the 5M treaty policy also seem not firm in their implementation because not all regions in Indonesia apply them. The government also cannot guarantee that implementation of 5M treaty will be carried out optimal. The community has begun to not care about implementing this policy. Ladies and gentlemen, for example, we can see around us where people rarely want to wash their hands or wear masks, even though the pandemic is still ongoing. This shows that the implementation 5M and treaty policies are very weak. Ladies and gentlemen, the government is also not firm in dealing with parties who violate the 5M treaty policies. The government has indeed made regulations of or penalties for those who violate policies imposed during the pandemic, but in practice, the government does not take firm action against policy violators. So that the 5 treaty only appear to be appeals, not regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, for example, we can see around us that nowadays many people do not comply with health protocols, and the government certainly does not impose section. Then this shows that the government is not strict in implementing policies and a lack of public awareness in adhering to health protocols. The government also did not provide or hold outreach on the importance of coupling with the health protocols to the public. This, of course, causes public awareness to be very low in implementing health protocols, and the community becomes lack of knowledge about this ongoing pandemic. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, law of socialization make public awareness is low. Limited facilities cause of the low level of awareness to implement health protocols. No thanks, I'm speaking. To achieve good quality public health, it must be supported by facilities and competent medical personnel who are evenly distributed throughout Indonesia. However, the distribution of public health support facilities in Indonesia has not been evenly distributed. The distribution of medical personnel and health support facilities such as health centers and hospitals are still filling up in big cities. This condition has good enough. No thanks, I'm speaking. This condition has good enough assist so that the information on health for the community can be said to be better when compared to people in areas with access to health that are far from good. Ladies and gentlemen, during this pandemic, many people need facilities such as masks, hand washing station, hand sanitizers, and especially medical personnel who need personal protective equipment.
PI.
Yes, please.
As we all know, the vaccination has been spread around the country. Do you think we still need to do 5M treaty if you believe that vaccination is the best solution? If yes, then why?
I get your point. Is the belief with the vaccination is the best of immune. Back to the motion. During this pandemic, many people need facilities such as masks, hand washing station, hand sanitizers, and especially medical personnel who need personal protective equipment. However, the distribution of these facilities is not evenly distributed throughout the community. 5M consists of wearing masks, washing hands, maintaining social distance, avoiding crowds, the limiting mobility and interaction. But community do not realize that the implementation of 5M is very important, but 5M is a policy that is no longer effective because of limited facilities and its uneven distribution. For example, when there are people who want to travel but do not have a mask, they will just leave without following one of the 5M health protocols, namely wearing a mask, even though this policy aims to suppress the spread of the coronavirus, but due to the limitations of the facility, public awareness. Ladies and gentlemen, the implementation of 5M treaty is a state solution which has no solution. I have some arguments to support my friend's arguments before. According to WHO, 5M means use mask, wash our hands, social distance, move away from the crowd, and limiting mobility and interaction. Testing, tracing, and treatment also does not guarantee human body. All of them have no solution because lack of financial, transportation, and also medical facilities. Medical personnel such as doctors and nurses also contracted COVID and passed away. The solution is that it takes personal awareness of all of us to stay healthy and serious intention to change the way of life. Thank you.
The second speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 30 seconds. To extend the case of the opposition, I summon the third speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Thank you for the time given. More than 800,000 people in Indonesia have been infected with coronavirus. The number of people who have died over 25,000 and more businesses are collapsing due to the deadly virus. The policy was made by the government to fight the coronavirus, which seems to be getting more and more vicious from day to day. Eko Cristianto added that prevention is far better than cure, including in terms of reducing the spread of COVID-19 virus, even though currently a vaccination program is being promoted. With prevention, he continued, not only helps yourself, save yourself, but also your family and other people. Do not let it be after being exposed to COVID-19, then take precautions, he said. The 5M action to strengthen the 3T and 3M, the other version of 5M, was explained by the head of the DKI Jakarta Health Service, Tingkat, Widya Astuti. He explained that 5M is man, human resources or HR.
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. How about with the all Indonesian country not have facilities? Thank you.
Can you repeat your question?
How about with the all people in Indonesian country not have facilities? Thank you.
Okay, let's be realistic. Not maybe some of them doesn't have the facilities. Not all of them doesn't have facilities. To make sure everybody's have facilities, I believe that government will not keep in quiet, stay there without doing nothing. I believe that government will do something about it, and they will figure something out. Thank you. Let me continue my points. Material, facilities, and infrastructure, method, and machine. The aim of the 5M movement, according to Widya Astuti, is to strengthen the strategy for dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic according to national references, and is a collaboration of 3T actions, namely testing, tracing, tracking, and treatment, and the 3M campaign. As reported by Antara, Widya Astuti explained each point of the meaning of the 3M action. The first is man, or the availability for human resources, HR. Recruitment and cooperation are needed between medical workers and various other parties to work hand in hand to face COVID-19. The second is money, or funding. According to Widya Astuti, it is impossible to rely solely on the APBD to overcome various problems arising from the pandemic, but also other financial sources.
That's right, sir.
Yes, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team said that maybe the government can provide the facilities from them to them. Now I want to say that I want to give a question, or I want a real example about it. Thank you.
Uh, In Jakarta, Anies Baswedan has spread rice, Indomie, snacks, and masks to help the succession of 5M and 3T. Let me continue my points. To overcome various problems arising from the pandemic, but also other financial such as APBN, foreign grants, and community independence. The third is material or facilities and infrastructure. Materials in the form of preparing accommodation and transportation for health works, including the roles of for private hotels which help prepare control, self-isolation, and coordinate with the relevant authorities. The fourth 5M is a method or method. There are various methods that can be used by the relevant authorities in an effort to deal with various problems during a pandemic. Of course, the method taken must be measured and in accordance with the standard operating procedure, SOP, or established protocol. The last is machine or machine. According to the study, this can be interpreted as providing assistance from various parties to strengthen and complement medical equipment and other logistic facilities in an effort to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
The second speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 4 seconds. For final response towards the opposition, I summon the third speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
I will speak in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, educators, timekeeper, and also all participants in this debate, especially for the opposition team. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team said that maybe the government can provide the facilities to them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is proof that the opposition team cannot make their argument is strong, so they just only say about maybe. Okay? From all of our argument, it can be concluded that the policy of 5M and 3T is not a solution. The 5M and 3T policies also seem not firm in their implementation because not all regions in Indonesia apply them. The government also cannot guarantee that the implementation of the 5M and 3T will be carried out optimally. The community has begun to not care about implementing these policies. The government is also firm in dealing with parties who violate the 5M and 3T policies. The government has indeed made a regulation or penalties for those who violate policies imposed during the pandemic. But in practice, the government does not take firm action against policy violators. So that the 5M and 3T only appear to be appeals, not a regulation. For example, we can see around us that nowadays many people do not comply with health protocols, and the government certainly does not impose sanctions. Then this shows that the government is not strict in implementing policies and lack of public governance in adhering to health protocols. The government also didn't provide or hold outrage on the importance of complying with health protocols to the public. This is, of course, cause public governance to be very low in implementing health protocols and the community becomes. Yes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, the affirmative team said vaccine is best solution. Why vaccine not 100% protect from coronavirus?
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team said that why vaccination is 100% is not 100% to prevent the society from COVID-19. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we know that it is impossible to make it 100%. But, of
course, their immunity will be increased with the vaccination. Thank you. Okay, next. The limited facilities and law of facilitation make public awareness is low. Limited facilities is a one cause are the main cause of the low level of awareness to implement health protocols. To achieve good quality public health, it must be supported by facilities and competent medical personnel equipment who are really distributed throughout Indonesia. However, the distribution of public health support facilities in Indonesia has not been evenly distributed. The distribution of medical personnel and health support facilities such as health centers and hospitals are still building up in big cities. This condition has good enough access so that the information on health for the community can be said to be better when compared to people in areas with access to health that are far from good. During this pandemic, many people need facilities such as masks, hand washing station, hand sanitizer, and especially medical personnel who need personal protective equipment. However, the distribution of these facilities is not evenly distributed throughout the community. 5M consists of wearing masks, washing hands, maintaining social distancing, avoiding crowds, and limiting mobility and interaction. But community do not realize that the implementation of 5M is very important. But 5M is a policy that is no longer effective because of limited facilities and its uneven distribution. For example, when there are people who want to travel but do not have a mask. And ladies and gentlemen, the lack of socialization make public knowledge about the 5M treaty is lack. So, society doesn't understand about the quality of masks. They are good and suitable for use, and many mask sellers and people make masks but never pay attention to whether Yes, please.
You say that the application of 5M is very important.
Your time is over. Please continue your speech.
So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, the 5M and 3T policy is not a good solution. The good solution is the vaccination program. Because with the vaccination program, the people or society can increase their immune system to against with the COVID-19 disease. Okay, therefore, we from the government team is agree with the motion that say that this house believes that the application of 5M is a state solution which has no solution. Thank you.
The third speaker of the government spent 6 minutes and 50 seconds. For final response towards the government, I summon the third speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Thank you for the chance given. I am as a third speaker will emphasize we are affirmative team. We not agree with this motion today. Ladies and gentlemen, we know 5M action are now being promoted to fight COVID-19 during the corona pandemic with us yet to end. What is the 5M movement? Compliant from several sources, there are at least two versions of many 5M. The first version, complementary to treaty, The 5M movement is wearing a mask, washing hands with soap and running water, maintaining distance, staying away from crowds, and limiting mobilization and interaction. The policy was made by the government to fight the coronavirus, which seems to be getting more and more patients from day to day. More than 1800,000 people in Indonesia have been infected with the coronavirus. The number of people who have died is 25,000, and more this business and complaint due to this deadly virus. What are 3M and 3T to prevent COVID-19 transmission? What is 3T prevent? Suppress the transmission of COVID-19 virus. What you need to know about COVID-19 vaccine in Indonesian 5M action to strengthen 3T. The other version of the meaning of 5M was explained by the head of DKI Jakarta Health Service. Widya Stuti, he explained it. Sudah.
On that point, sir,
No thanks. The policy was made by the government to fight coronavirus, which seems to be getting more and more patients from day to day. Eko Cristianto added the preference is far better than cure, including in terms of recording the spread of coronavirus. Yes, please.
okay, ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team said about the number of die with the COVID-19 disease. This is shows that the opposition team is agree with us because the 5M and 3D policies is not a solution because many people is died until or since the 5 and 3D is implemented. Thank you.
Okay, I will try to answer your question. We believe that the numbers was before the 5M and 3T implement. Okay, I continue my point. With prevention, he continued, not only help save yourself, but also your family and other people. Do not let it be after being exposed to COVID-19 then takes precautions, he said. The 5M action to strengthen the treaty, the other version of 5M was explained by head of DKI Jakarta. The second is money of finding. According to Widya Stuti, it is impossible to really socially on the APBDA to overcome various problems arising from the pandemic, but also other technical sources such as APBN for grace and community independence. The third, materials or facilities in fact in infrastructure. Materials in form of preparing accommodation or transportation for health workers, including the rules of private hotels, which help people control safe isolation and coordinate with relevant authorities. That's all. Thank you.
The third speaker of the opposition spent 6 minutes and 56 seconds. To end the case of the opposition bench, I call for the replaced speaker to deliver the speech.
Thank you for the time given again. In addition to 3M's health protocol, namely wearing masks properly, washing hands with soap and running water, and keeping your distance, 5M actions are now being promoted to fight COVID-19 during the corona pandemic, which has yet to end. What is the 5M movement? Compiled from several sources, there are at least two versions of the meaning of the 5M movement. The first mentions complementary to the 3M actions. The 5M movement is wearing masks, washing hands with soap and running water, maintaining distance, staying away from crowds, and limiting mobilization and interaction. It's no longer 3M. Suppressing the spread of the coronavirus requires the implementation of the 5M health protocol. It needs public awareness, considering that on the streets sometimes many do not comply with health protocols, said Deputy Director of General and Finance at RSUD KRMT Wongsonegoro Orwell RSWN. Semarang, Dr. Eko Krisnanto, SPKK, some time ago. Quoted from the official website of the Radio Republic Indonesia, RRI, Eko Krisnanto added that prevention is far better than cure, including in terms of reducing the spread of the COVID-19 virus, even though currently a vaccination program is being promoted. With prevention, he continued, not only helps you save yourself, but also your family and other people. Do not let it be after being exposed to COVID-19, then take precautions, he said. For dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, according to the national references, and is a collaboration of 3T actions, namely testing, tracing, and treatment, and the 5M campaign. As reported by Antara, Widya Astuti explained each point of the meaning of the 3M actions. The first is man, or the availability of human resources, recruitment and need cooperations are needed between medical workers and various other parties to work hand in hand in dealing with COVID-19. The second is money or funding. According to Widya Astuti, it is impossible to rely solely on the APBD to overcome various problems arising from the pandemic, but also other financial sources such as APBN, foreign grants, and community independence. Materials in the form of preparing accommodation and transportation for health workers, including the roles of private hotels, which help prepare, control self-isolation, and coordinate with the relevant authorities. The fourth 5M is method or method. There are various methods that can be used by the relevant authorities in an effort to deal with various problems during a pandemic. Of course, the method taken must be measured and in accordance with the standard operating procedure or established protocol. The last is the machine. According to Widya Astuti, this can be interpreted as providing assistance from various parties to strengthen and complement medical equipment and other logistic facilities in an effort to deal with COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
To replace speech of the opposition span 4 minutes. To end the debate, I call for the government reply speaker to deliver the speech.
Well, honorable adjudicators, ladies and gentlemen, timekeeper, and my fellow friends from the opposite team. It's been a nice and long debate. And to begin with, let me make a sum up of what the other side of this house has already said. Firstly, they say that 5MN Treaty is a way to protect ourselves from COVID-19. Second, they also say that 5MN Treaty is one of the ways to minimize the spread of COVID-19. And third, they say that the government said maybe the government can provide the facilities for them. Well, your idea and your argument seems to be very good, but it is actually not at all. Because even people have already implemented 5MN Treaty, still, like I said in the beginning of the speech, many people still got infected, and even they died. And about your third argument, you say that the government said about maybe the government can provide the facilities from them. Well, it's basically only your opinion because you have no data. That's why you say maybe in that statement. So, ladies and gentlemen, 5M is a well-known term nowadays. And of course, 5M is the best possible way to prevent ourselves from COVID-19. Even though that it is the best possible way, but it is not the most effective way to prevent ourselves from COVID-19. This also been strengthened by President Joko Widodo statement. President Joko Widodo declared that more and more people don't prevent the health protocol. Don't implement the health protocol. It means that people are sick and tired of 5MN Treaty. They don't believe in 5MN Treaty anymore because they already do that, and yet nowadays 1.5 million people got infected and 42,000 among them have died. This happens because they are sick and tired of implementing 5MN Treaty. Ladies and gentlemen, we still strongly believe in our motion, our argument in the beginning of the speech, as I say, as the Prime Minister. The most effective way to prevent ourselves from COVID-19 is vaccination. Vaccination is the most important way to build strong immunity, which with it, we can defeat this virus because this virus attacks with our immune system. So, the only way to protect ourselves is to strengthen our immune system. You may say that many people still don't get vaccination, but please read more because it took even 1 whole year to distribute all these vaccine to people all across Indonesia. So, the 5MN Treaty is the best possible way, like I said before. The experts have thought of 5MN Treaty as good as they could. However, nothing is without flawless. You may say that its flaws are nothing. The 5MN Treaty flaws are nothing. But come on, ladies and gentlemen, we live in a pickle situation now. Our lives are at risk, are at stake now. If a big drop from 5MN Treaty can make
The reply speech of the government spent 4 minutes and 20 seconds. All right, the debate has ended, and all the debaters already did their best. Please give them applause. I would like to ask all the debaters to leave the room. To all the debaters and all the audience, please leave the room for a while.
Cek sedang.
To all the audience and all the debaters, please leave the room for a while to give the time to the educators.
Cek teman-teman panitia dari Riung Barat ya. Teman-teman Riung Barat belum hadir di dalam ruangan ini. Semandu sudah ya. Siap, Semandu ada. Saya hafal ini ada nona yang kecil itu. Lagi Riung Barat. Terima kasih untuk teman-teman panitia.
Okay, thank you. I would like to say thank you for all the debaters who already participate in this debating contest. Now, we are from adjudicators want to announce the score from each team. First, SMA Seminari Mataloko with total score 89.3. And the second one is SMA Regina Pacis Bajawa with total score 89. And the third is SMA 1 Riung Barat with the total score 80. And the fourth is SMA 2 Bajawa with total score 71. And the fifth is SMA 1 Bajawa with the total score 67.3. It means that SMA Regina Pacis and SMA Seminari will be battle on the final round. So give a big applause to them. Thank you.
SMIS Seminari and SMIS Regina Pacis Bajawa. Now please take your place in front of us because you will have challenge from the educators and the educators will give you new motion.
Oke, SMA Seminari dan SMA Regina sebagai tim yang akan bertemu di partai Grand Final ya. kalian akan diberikan new motion. Setelah mendapat motionnya, silakan mengambil tempat di sini. Lalu seluruh HP ditinggalkan di meja juri. Seluruh HP ditinggalkan di meja juri. Anda hanya membutuhkan kertas, Bapak Ibu Guru tolong siapkan mereka kertas HPS yang polos untuk mereka coret-coret. Dan teman-teman Yuri tolong bantu mereka siapkan laptop untuk mereka. Mudah-mudahan di sini bisa akses internet sehingga mereka bisa cari informasi dari mana-mana. Motionnya sudah otomatis hanya satu, tidak perlu diundikan lagi. Silakan adik-adik sekalian ambil motion dan SMA Regina di sebelah kanan saya sekarang dan SMA Seminari di sebelah kiri saya. Oke, ternyata kalau memang di ruang ini wifi-nya lagi bisa disambung ke sini wifi-nya ke laptop anak-anak sekarang? Tidak bisa. Kalau tidak bisa, mudah-mudahan saya punya adik 4 orang nih, mereka punya HP, ada pulsa data yang cukup, tapi kalau salah satu sekolah bisa pakai saya punya HP untuk hotspot. Pakai sinyal dari HP saya, hotspot untuk satu sekolah. Lalu, oh ya, Ibu Jenny punya HP, masih ada stok ini pulsa data, bisa untuk hotspot. Bagaimana? Sudah?
bahasa Inggris dalam rangka memperingati Hari Pendidikan Nasional 2021 dengan tema umum semangat menolak menyerah akan dilaksanakan. Oleh karenanya, bagi kita sekalian ya, selain dari kedua peserta ya, dari SMA Recis dan juga dari SMA Seminari, kita yang lain diharapkan kerjasamanya ya, untuk kita menyaksikan debat ini dengan tertib ya. Jangan sampai kita di depan ada debat, terus kita di belakang ada debat kusir lagi. Kalaupun ada debat kusir, tolong volumenya diperkecil supaya jangan mengganggu kelancaran dari partai final ini. Baik, waktu selanjutnya kami persilakan Ibu Memi untuk mendampingi atau membimbing kita semua.
Once Alexander Greg ever said, there are three things to aim at in public speaking. First, to get into your subject. Second, to get your subject into yourself. And the last but not least, to get your subject into the heart of your audience. Welcome to the English debate competition in grand final round. And the motion for this round is, this house believes that the social media gives positive effects to students. Let us meet students or debaters from SMAS Regina Pacis Bajawa and SMAS Seminari Mataloko. Acting as government team, we have SMAS Seminari Mataloko with Melchior Parmonangan Babanong as the first speaker, Antonius Claudioleta as the second speaker, and Carolus Pedro Nisotokan as the third speaker. The replaced speaker is Antonius Claudioleta. Acting as opposition team, we have SMAS Regina Pacis Bajawa with Maria F.N. Deniki as the first speaker, Yonanda Bekani as the second speaker, Francisca M. Soli as the third speaker, and the reply speaker is Maria F.N. Deniki. Now, to open the debate, I summon the first speaker of the government team to deliver the speech.
Well, thank you. Good morning, all educators, honorable audience and timekeeper, and especially my fellow friends from the opposite team. Now, I am the Prime Minister of this house, and this house truly believes that the social media gives positive effects to students. First, we have to know what social media is. So, social media is online media that is used for long-distance communication to get information and some more positive effects. Social media also is a process of interaction between one person with others. And we have to know the aims or the purpose of social media first. Social media aims is to make all people across the world can interact with each other, and there is no distance or there is no borders to avoid them. Social media have so many examples of social media. First, we have Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, Twitter, and so on and so forth. This application right here is a social media example for us that can we use to develop our knowledge and to interact with other people. Right now, the users of internet in Indonesia is about 197 million, or about 73% based on APJJI, or Association of Indonesia Internet Provider. And people spend about 3.5 hours per day with 129 million social media devices. So you see, there is so many people using this social media. And we can conclude that if they want to use it, it must have something good in it that so many people can interesting in it and still use it.
That's point, sir.
Yes, please.
Please give limitation or parameter to this debate so this mechanism will be run. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I already tell you the definition of social media, and so if you don't know, then please listen. Okay, let me continue. Now,
That's point, sir.
no, thank you. Now, I want to tell you that this motion today is really true because social media give positive effect. If you don't believe and you say that social
that
media
point,
give
sir.
negative impact, please let me finish, lady. Give negative impact, then it is not the fault of media social, because Aristotle once said that if there is any cases, problems, or something bad happen in this world or in some situation, the problem is human being, because they are the one who act and they are the one who will be the responsible. So with this statement, we can conclude that it is not the fault of media social. It is the fault of a human being because they misuse it. We know from the very beginning the aim of social media is to make all people across the world can interact with each other and get positive effect. They can get many information. They can make they can do much things more easier. And if you say that something bad is happening from this social media, it is not the fault of social media itself. Because
On that point, sir.
Cannot be responsible. Yes, please.
Okay, so you say that if there is something bad from the social media, it's not a fault of social media. But ladies and gentlemen, as we know, social media can be run with the actors, and the actors is a human. Thank you.
Okay, based on what you say, the actor is the human. So the one who will be responsible is human being. If you blame social media, how can social media be responsible? First time, its aim is to make people all across the world can interact, can get information, can get something that be useful. So it means that social media
On that point, sir.
cannot give negative impact. Yes, please.
Can you guarantee that all of the people using media, using social media, just to interact? All of the people using the social media to interact and to get information, or they using social media to the other things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I also say that social media can get we can get many information and make some so much thing become more easier. You say that can you guarantee? Well, if someone misuses the social media, the problem is their character, their attitude. So, the one who built this character, this attitude, is their daily life. And social media only appear to help people and not to make people
On the
misuse
point,
it.
sir.
No, thank you. Please let me finish. Okay, if, like I said before, online learning also have some advantages. First, we could get information fast and easily. You see it now, right now, in this era, the slowest people will die and the fastest will survive. With this social media, we can get information about technology, about health, about work progress, what happened in the world and world situation. And the second, it makes far people become closer. You see, with social media, we can interact with people abroad. So not only in one area, in one country, in one island. With this social media, we can interact with people from Brazil. We also can know technology that's been used in America. We also can know what happened in other countries. So this is some of the advantages. And the last advantages from social media is help us and also the country on facing this globalization era. If social media never exists, we will never face globalization. Okay, let's think about it again. We are the generation, we are the Gen Z, and globalization is our future, is our main future. So if globalization is not happen, that it is not Gen Z. And to make globalization happen is one of the ways is with social media. Ladies and gentlemen, in the end, I as the Prime Minister only want to tell you that we still believe in this. In our motion today, which says that the social media give positive effect to students. The negative effects only appear from people, from the human being, and social media never gives it. So, like Aristoteles, like my statement about Aristoteles, he once said that if there is any cases, problems, or something bad, the problem is human being. We cannot blame something who cannot be responsible. That's why I want to agree with this motion today that the social media give positive effect to students. That's all. Thank you.
The first speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 18 seconds. To respond to the case of the government, I summon the first speaker of the opposition team to deliver the speech.
Okay, so I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the adjudicators, timekeeper, chairperson, and all of the participants, especially from the government team. So ladies and gentlemen, I am as the leader of oppositions. First of all, before I going to explain about our arguments, I would like to give some rebuttals. The first, ladies and gentlemen, as the government teams, they don't give limitations or parameter to this debate. They just give definitions, but the parameter, they don't tell about the parameters. So this debate will be run free without the parameter to limit this debate. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the government teams always mention, on the second point, the government team always mentions about this is not the fault of social media, but this is the fault of humans. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, social media can be run with the human. And if we talk about the social media, if that impact that happened to humans, it's because the social media. If the social media is, it's not social media, so there will be no bad impact to human. And then, ladies and gentlemen, on the third point, they mentions about globalizations is our future. As we know, ladies and gentlemen, to face the globalizations, it's not just because you know about technology. It's not because you're using the social media, but how about your character? Indonesia cannot compete with the other country if we have a bad character. And as we know, ladies and gentlemen, social media give a lot of bad character, especially for us as the students, as the young generations, ladies and gentlemen. This proves that the globalization, we cannot face the globalization if just because we use the social media. But it's happened. What happened with our character as a students? And we know that social media has a lot of bad character to us, especially for us as a students.
Give me a sec, lady.
No, thank you. Now I will going to explain about our arguments. The first, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of cyber crimes that happens. According to CNN.com on July 23, 2019, at least there are 10 bullying cases, and with that, one of them in Indonesia that happened with Yoga Cahyadi from Yogyakarta. Yes, please.
Okay, you say that bullying happened in social media. Wait, well, your idea is good, but even without social media, bullying still happen, and the effect of it's the worst. So we can get physical contact, and somebody can get hurt.
Okay, I get your point. Thank you. But what I'm talking about is about cyberbullying, ladies and gentlemen. So this means that it's happened in social media. I talk about the cyberbullying. Now I'm going to explain our arguments. At least there are 10 bullying cases, and with that, one of them in Indonesia that happened with Yoga Cahyadi from Yogyakarta. He gets a lot of cyberbullying in social media, and most of them is her friends, that most is the students. Finally, he crashed himself into the train and that. And before he suicides, no thank you, he gives a letter to their people that says thanks for the hater that gave her bullying in the social media. So ladies and gentlemen, this is proof that social media make a lot of cyberbullying. And cyberbullying is happened because what? Because in social media, we don't have limitations. We can do anything free.
May I interrupt, please?
Yes, please.
You said that cyberbullying is because of media social. But you know, the one who make the cyberbullying is human. It's because human, not because of the social media. Because social media is death.
Okay, I get your point, sir. So you say that cyberbullying, it's because of human. But human cannot make the cyberbullying if there is no social media, ladies and gentlemen. How can they can use cyberbullying if there is no social media? This is proof, ladies and gentlemen, it's the fault of social media. If social media just give a good impact, so how can there will be cyberbullying? Now I'm going to explain our argument.
Please.
No, thank you. When we do the social media or we feed with this, no, thank you, all are free. And when we free, we can do anything. This makes us make a lot of cyberbullying. Yes, please.
You say that cyberbullying is made from because of social media, but human make the social media. So the human make the cyberbullying too. If they don't make the social media, so the cyberbullying is not will not happen. So what do you think?
Okay, I get your point. Back again, ladies and gentlemen, cyberbullying cannot be happen if there is social media. And we're back. The human make a social media. Okay, the human make a social media. But now, ladies and gentlemen, if there is no social media, why the cyberbullying must happen? It means that this is the fault of social media, not the human. The human make a social media when they think that it will give a good impact. But why there is cyberbullying, ladies and gentlemen? This proves that the social media, it brings a bad impact, not a good impact for the students. Now I'm going to explain about our arguments. Social media makes students addicted and make the negative impact on students' character. When we talk about social media, ladies and gentlemen, every people know, thank you. When we talk about the social media, ladies and gentlemen, we need quotas to load in social media. And most of the students get a bad character from the social media. Because what? Because from journal.ac.id that at least 99% Indonesian teenagers is addicted to social media. It's proof, ladies and gentlemen, when the students is addicted to the social media, this will bring a lot of bad impact for the students. Because what? Because the students they lose their harness, it will be impacted their academic abilities, their discipline. Because what? Because most of the time it's using through social media. And when we talk about the social media, ladies and gentlemen, it brings a negative impact on students' health. Because what? Because in social media, this will be happen because what? Back again to our second argument. When we talk about social media, this makes students addicted to the social media. When we addicted to the social media, this will bring a lot of bad impact on our health as a students, not just in mentality but in physics. Most of the time we use the social media, and then when we use social media, this will have a bad impact on our health. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, we from the opposition teams want again totally disagree with this motion. Thank you.
The first speaker of the opposition spent 6 minutes and 58 seconds. To respond to the case of the opposition, I summon the second speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Well, good morning, honorable adjudicators and audience, ladies and gentlemen of all ages. So, I'd like to make a quick recap on what the opposition team has already stated. First, they said that cyberbullying happens because social media exists. Social media exists. And second, the human needs character most to control the using of social media. And thirdly, it's not good for their health, for the human health. Well, your ideas seems to be truly excellent, but pardon me, these are nonsense. So first about cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is another kind of bullying. Those humans create bullying, and even without social media, the humans bullies each other. So then human replace the bullying into another kind. That is what we call cyberbullying. And second,
on that
about health. Yes, please.
Okay, the government team state that if the cyberbullying will be if the social media it can make the cyberbullying, but we talk about the cyberbullying, it means that with the existence of this social media, it can make the cyberbullying. It means that the social media as a media for the cyberbullying. Thank you.
That's a nice question, lady. But as I have already said that this is another kind of bullying. The human replace the bullying into another version. That is cyberbullying. They use social media. That is the evidence that human misuses it.
On that point, sir?
No, thank you, lady. And the social media is not good for the human health. Please bear in mind that everything is that everything overwhelming is not good, it's dangerous. So
On that point, sir,
thank you, sir. Thank you, lady. Let me continue my speech. So it's not good for their health. It is the fault of the human, because human can limit themselves, can limit themselves
On that
to
point,
use
sir.
social media. Yes, please.
okay, so the government teams always say that it's because of human. But ladies and gentlemen, back again, this big impact will be not exist if there is no social media. Thank you.
From the very beginning, as my first speaker has already stated, that the aims of creating social media is to make the interaction among people easier. So there is no disadvantages of social media because the human misuse it. Let me go back to my point. And ladies and gentlemen, we are in a pickle now. We live in a different situation. And this is COVID-19 pandemic. So social media is people to be in touch with each other during this pandemic. So as I'm pretty sure that you know fully well that COVID-19 disease can spread through close contact, and we are not allowed to create a large crowd. Actually, we need other people. In fact, we always need to communicate, to be in touch. That's why social media actually helps us. You can open your social media and start communicating with the others. No more meeting, no more physical meeting. We can meet through some social media such as Zoom, WhatsApp, Facebook, and so on and so forth.
That's point, sir.
No, thank you, lady. And it helps us prevent contracting COVID-19. It aids us to stay at home without ever feeling lonely. We can keep communicating and avoid getting infected at a
That
time.
point, sir.
Hold on, please. And as my first speaker has already stated, there are 197 million social media users all over Indonesia, or about 7% of Indonesia people, as reported by Association for Indonesia Internet Providers. And it definitely keeps growing. So imagine if there is no social media, you can communicate during this pandemic because there is no social media. You can go to schools. You can go to schools. You can have
That point, sir.
Yes, please.
Okay, you state that the teenagers or the student can use the social media between the pandemic. But what is the relationship between this pandemic and the negative impact from the social media to the character of student? Thank you.
That's an excellent question, lady. But it means that you don't understand what today's motion is, because social media gives positive effects to students, and it is the positive. We are explaining about the positive effect, and the positive effect is we can keep in touch with others, especially during this pandemic, because we are not allowed to create a large crowd. We are not allowed to gather. We are not allowed to be in physical contact. So let me go back to my point. By using social media, students tend to be tech savvy. You all know that we are living in globalization era. And recently, on April 12 up to 16, 2021, Indonesia was appointed to hold an international event called Hannover Messe. Hannover Messe is an event to display the technology progress in all over the world, in a country. President Jokowi himself opened this event. So see, ladies and gentlemen, our state is chosen to hold such a big event, technology event. So now if students don't master technology, or students don't have such a good technological skills at least, then what will be occurring to our beloved country? With social media, we are really trained to be tech savvy. So in the future, we will not feel difficult to use technology, because surely the future will be full of machines and technologies. So believe it or not, we must master them all. So in brief, for those reasons, we totally believe that social media gives positive effects to students, because the social media can help us to be in touch. That's all. Thank you.
Second speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To extend the case of the government, I summon the second speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
So I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, adjudicators, timekeeper, and also all of the participants, especially the government team. The government team, from the government team, they state that with the social media can make easier to students or teenagers to interact with the people abroad. But ladies and gentlemen, can you guarantee that with the social media, the student or teenagers using the social media to interact with the other people, or they using the social media to cyberbullying or to search the many negative information about the drugs or and others. So the second argument from the government team, they mentioned about with the using of social media can make the student or the teenagers compete in the globalization era. But ladies and gentlemen, as we know, globalization era is not limited or is not just how about the technology. No, thank you. And also, the globalization era about the character of the student itself. And how can we compete? No, thank you. We can compete. How can the student or the teenager can compete with the globalization era if they have the bad character? So I will continue explain the next argument from our team. The next argument from our team is the bad character of student has the negative impact of the using of social media. As we know that a lot of people are using the social media, especially, yes, please.
We say that the social media give the students a bad character. But I would like to say to you one good application that called Google Family Link. That's a good application that we can use between the students and the parents to control the students using the phone. And that's one application that's good to control our character while we use.
Okay, I get your point. Can you predict that? Know about the application, and also can you guarantee that a lot of people can using this application? Thank you. For example, a lot of cybercrime like bullying still happen. Other than that, no, thank you. The student also addicted with the social media, and then they often forget their obligation, especially to learn. And also, based on data from Compass.com,
may I say something, please?
No, thank you. On 1 March 2021, based on survey from Microsoft, state that Indonesia is the #1 country with the most impolite netizen or social media users. It means that Indonesian people was infected with the bad impact of the social media itself. Besides that, social media brings a lot of negative impact, not only for students, but also for...
May I say something, please?
No, thank you. For example, when the student need quota to use the social media, they compel their parents to buy a quota. But as we know, in the current situation, the economic condition of the community is getting worse. Ladies
May I say something, please?
No, thank you. Now, a lot of students are social media users, and as we know, many cases like cyberbullying will happen because the student used the social media.
May I say something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. From the very beginning, you keep denying this motion and you still don't agree with this motion. But data that I got from republica.co.id, Aristotle, one of the brilliant philosophy once said that if there's any cases, the one who will be responsible is human being. So who are you to deny this statement? Because this the statement of Aristotle. Who are you?
Okay, thank you for the statement from the government team. But we talk about this current situation, and as we know, Aristotle lived in the last time, and also not related to the current situation. Thank you. So I will continue. The survey from the Global School-based Student Health Survey in Indonesia in 2020 found that 1 in 20 teenagers had felt suicidal ideas, reached 5.9% in girls and 3.4% in boys. It means that the cyberbullying in social media it's very dangerous to the life of students. And from this data, it's proof that the social media has no impact or bring more negative. No, thank you. Bring more negative impact for students. And also, a lot of students are the social media users. They usually use the fake account to become cyber actors in social media. It's likely influence to the character of a student because they are already has the bad character, which is dishonest.
May I interrupt, please?
No, thank you. Actually, the students are addicted on the social media, and they become a person with a lack of interaction. It means that they do not have an interaction, good communication, and also lack of socialization with other people. It can bring negative impact for their mental health. As we know, the students are addicted to use social media.
May I interrupt, please?
No, thank you. And also, they have bad or lack interaction from this use of the social media. And also, as we know, the students are addicted to use the social media. They have bad or lack interaction with the other people, and then it can make their mental health lack. And they also have big potential to be a bullying victim for their friends, from their friends, because they have no friends in their real life. So it can prove that with the using of social media, the student receive a lot of bad impact. So at the end of the day, we from the opposition team beg to oppose. Thank you.
The second speaker of the opposition spends 7 minutes. For final response of the government, I summon the third speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Good morning, everybody. Honorable adjudicators, timekeepers, ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow friends from the opposite team. Before I continue to support my first and second speaker opinion that online learning don't give a back impact for the students, but let me make a quick recap from the opposite team first. First, the other side of this house say that online learning give a bad impact on students. But the fact is, online learning is not the social media. But the fact is, the social media don't give the back impact because the person who make the social media is human. Aristotle, the one of biggest philosopher, said that the responsible is the human being because human is make the social media. So social media is not give a real guarantee. The social media give a bad impact to the students. Okay.
And then point, sir.
No, please let me continue. And then and the second, you say that when we using social media, that give us a bad character. But here you want to listen that Nadiem Makarim, our Minister of Education and Culture, said that from the hold on please, lady. From the Kemlipot.co.id stated that Google Family Link is the biggest application for the student to control the character. And most of my students and most of my friends in seminary, they use this application to control themselves while they are use social media when they are in home. Yes, please.
Okay, so you always state about this Aristotle as a philosopher talk about this happened because of human, right? This is this opinion. Can you prove that all of these things it happened because of humans, not because of social media? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. You give a nice question, but this is come from the biggest philosopher, and this is biggest person in the world. But if you only say it is your opinion, no, please let me finish that. It's only your opinion. Who are you? Then you say that this Aristotle is not true because Aristotle is the biggest philosopher. He said that human being is the biggest responsible of this application. Yes, please.
Okay, so you say that Aristotle is the biggest philosopher. But ladies and gentlemen, back again. Not just because he is the biggest philosopher, so all of that he said it's the truth, ladies and gentlemen. If we talk about this back to the human, can you guarantee just because this opinion, so it can prove this?
Thank you for you. So And then I would like to say, where is your data that you give that social media is give a back impact? And then you know that the real fact is human make the social media. So not the social media is the bad impact, but the human being is the bad impact because human make the social media. Okay? And then...
On that point, sir?
No, please, let me continue. And then the one requirement for us to impact our knowledge when we are at home for the student especially is language exchange, as my second speaker already said to us. And in my experience, I use one application that called Tandem and HelloTalk. HelloTalk is one biggest social media application that we can interact with many people in many countries. I have my own experience about that. Now I have many friends from other countries like in France, America, and so on and so forth. It can make a good impact for us to improve our language, to improve many people from other side. Yes, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team said about the government team said that the cyberbullying because of human. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that the students is a humans also a human. So, with the existence of the social media,
Okay, I got your point. I got your point. You say that the students is human. So the biggest principle is student because the student is human. Human is make the social media. So not the social media give the bad impact, but the students because they are the human. I repeat, human. Human is the biggest principle. No, please let me finish that. Okay. And the second is we can especially during this pandemic, we use application to communicate with our teachers because we cannot meet teacher in physical meeting. So the one biggest that I get the data from kemendepot.go.id say that WhatsApp is the biggest application for the students to interact with the teachers. This from kemendepot.go.id. You listen that. So this is give a crystal evidence that on social media give a positive effects because we have to make a communicate with the teachers while we are during like online learning because we have to use social media. No, please. Social media is the one important for us to run this online learning well. And then Google Classroom is one biggest evidence for us to say that social media give positive effect to the students because with Google Classroom we can communicate with the teachers. We can send a message from the teachers and the teacher can send the task to the students. That's a communication in there because social media is a media who make like communicate with other people using online media. So the Google Classroom is one real evidence that give a positive impact because we can communicate with the teachers and we can give the task and the teacher can give the task to the students. And then the one because of the students' requirement to face this era is tech savvy. With social media, we can improve our tech savvy, like we create new video. If we use like a cut video or many application that we can like a new create video. This make our new creativity that can develop our own creativity. So that's why the social media give a positive effects. So all in all, I still on my motion that social media give positive effects to the students. That's all. Thank you.
The third speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 5 seconds. For final response towards the government, I summon the third speaker of the opposition team to deliver the speech.
Okay, I will speak in 3, 2, 1. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, educators, timekeeper, and also all participants in this debate, especially for the government team. Ladies and gentlemen, the government team said about the cyberbullying because of human. We know that the students is a human too. So, this bad or the existence of the social media, of course, make students have or want to do a cyberbullying. And next, the opposition team previous said about the government teams in previous said about another type of bullying. The cyberbullying is another type of bullying. So, ladies and gentlemen, this proves that the government team is agree with us because they said about the cyberbullying is another type of bullying that occur in a social media. And the government
Can I say something?
no, thank you. The government team said about the students not must to meet directly with another people. Ladies and gentlemen, back to our first argument that about the health of students. The health of students. If students do not want to movement or to sports or to meet directly
May I say something?
with the other people, so students' health is not increased. Their immune system is not increased. And cannot the government team say that with the students, with the
May I say
social
something,
media,
please?
with the social media, students we can face with the globalization, but we know that the globalization era, to face with the globalization era, students must to have a character, good character. So the social media have a bad impact on students' character. So that students cannot meet the globalization era.
May I say something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Please imagine this situation. If human exists and social media doesn't exist, bullying happen. But if human doesn't exist and social media exists, human don't happen. So the real problem is human. If there is a human or there is a no. So even without social media, humans still will bully each other. What do you think about that? Please give me a real valid data.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in this motion is this house believes that the social media gives positive events to students and we as an opposition team. So we now discuss about students, not a human. Well, students of course are humans, but of course, the students have easier to make a cyberbullying because of social media. Thank you. And next.
May I say something, please?
No, thank you. And for all of our argument, we can conclude that, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, that in social media, of course, we can find many crimes.
Please be silent.
Until this time, many agents
May I say something, please?
cyberbullying. No, thank you. Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, Indonesia is the first in the first number in the Asian, South Asian, that netizen is have a bad polite because they always have or always send a bad comment for another people or in another country. And this cyberbullying makes students confidence and are decreased because many netizens always send bad comments to the students. Of course, the students we cannot more confidence or their self-esteem can be decreased as well.
May I interrupt, please?
Yes.
So you have stated that cyberbullying is happened because of social media. So please bear in mind that students, human hold the cyberbullying. Human bullies each other, and social media is only the equipment to bully. So the one who do that is human. Human is the main problem here. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no cyberbullying if social media doesn't exist. Thank you. And of course, the students can be more confident of their self-esteem can be decreased as well. And all students' academic abilities can increase if students cyber to a people? Of course, the answer is not. Students' academic abilities will decrease, and they become very stressed about this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is only for students who become the victims of cyberbullying. If we see into students who become victims of cyberbullying, this can make students in the future have a big potential to become a criminal. And ladies and gentlemen, the cyberbullying or the social media have a big impact for students' health. Because, for example, if students always spend most of their time to play with SEMANGAT, of course students do not want to an action or sport or movement. So students, immune system cannot build. Another example is students do not want to sleep or insomnia. Then the health of students, as we know, ladies and gentlemen, if students do not want to sleep, of course their heart is sick because they do not want to sleep, and this is have a large potential of students to die. And ladies and gentlemen, therefore, why we from the opposition team disagree with the motion that this house believes that the social media gives positive effects to students. Thank you.
The third speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 16 seconds. To end the case of the opposition bench, I call for the reply speaker to deliver the speech.
Okay, so I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the adjudicators, timekeeper, chairperson, and all of the participants in this debate, especially from the government team. So ladies and gentlemen, basically what have been brought to the floor by the government team just about the social media debate. The social media, it brings a positive impact for the students to face with the globalization era. But back again, ladies and gentlemen, globalization era is just not about the technological skill. So what will be happen if the students face the globalization era without a good character? It means that students cannot compete in the era of globalization because what, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, social media brings a lot of bad impacts to the students. One of them is dishonest, undisciplined, and so on. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, they always say that this happened because of human, not because of social media. But again, there will be no cyberbullying, there will be no bad character comes if there is no social media. This is proof, ladies and gentlemen, that this all happened because of social media. And if we talk about the government teams once again say that this happened because of human. Now we talk about the students. Students is a human, ladies and gentlemen, and this is proof that the social media, it brings a bad impact for students because now we talk about the students. Students is a human, and this is proof that this brings a lot of bad impact to the students. Back to the motions, we talk about the students. Students is a human. So when we talk about students is a human, this is proof that social media, it brings a bad impact for the students. Ladies and gentlemen, why we must win this debate as the opposition team? First, as we know, the social media brings a lot of bad impact for the student character because there is proofs by a lot of cyberbullying that happened, a lot of suicide because of the cyberbullying, and then we talk about the character of the students. When students is adapted to the social media, it will make them more spend a lot of time with the social media, and then this will make a lot of bad character for the students because what? First, the students become more become more undisciplined because what? Most of the time, they're killing their time with social media, so they become undisciplined, and this will give a bad impact for their academic abilities, as we know, ladies and gentlemen. And then this will reduce direct interactions between students and the communications with the others. Because we know when students once again addicted to the social media, all of their time will be in social media. So this will reduce the interactions between the students and the communications, the students and the others. This is what, ladies and gentlemen, this will brings a lot of bad impact to their academic abilities and their intelligence. And if we talk from the health field, this social media brings a lot of bad impact because what, ladies and gentlemen, from allo.com.com, handphone in the radiations make a brain cancer and have a high risk to the students because the electromagnetic wave impact on brain tissue and cause brain cancer. This proves, ladies and gentlemen, when students most of the time they're spent with playing handphone and social media, this will be bring a lot of bad impact for their character. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, we must win this debate. And as we know, the opposition team doesn't give limitations and parameters from this debate. This is why this debate runs very free without parameter, ladies and gentlemen. And then the opposition teams cannot, and the government team cannot approves and guarantee that the social media, all of the run of the social media is bring a good impact because the humans using social media good. They can guarantee it, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we as the opposition team must win this debate. Thank you.
The reply speech of the opposition span 4 minutes and 9 seconds. To end the debate, I call for the government reply speaker to deliver the speech.
Well, good morning, honorable adjudicators, audience, ladies and gentlemen. So, before I start my speech, let me make a quick recap on what the opposition team has said. They said to us several main ideas and arguments. First, cyberbullying happens because of social media. And second, students need character the most instead of technology to face this globalization era. And third, social media is not good for the students' health. So, all in all, as what we have already said, that cyberbullying is another kind of bullying. And even without social media, bullying still happens. So, the human is the one who must be responsible for these cases. And the second, students need character the most instead of technology to face globalization era. So students also have to master technology because the technology improves right now in globalization era. Imagine if students don't master technology yet, then they will be fall behind, they will be left behind because students don't master technological skills. They don't have such a good technological skills. And the third, the social media is not good for the students' health. So please bear in mind that the students, that it is not good for their health because the students misuses it. Because students misuses it, then their health will be decreased. And social media, from the very beginning, the aims of creating social media is to equip, is to help the people, to communicate with the others around all over the world. So there is no bad impacts that came from the social media. Because of human misuses the social media, then the social media brings the bad impacts for the others. And let me conclude all our arguments. First, social media eases people to be in touch with each other, especially during this pandemic. You all know fully well that this pandemic forces us not to be in physical contact with another people. We are not allowed to create such a big mass gatherings. That's why social media really helps us to keep communicating, to keep in touch with other people. So when you are not allowed to meet another people physically, then you can open your social media. You can open your social media and you can start a meeting. You can start with Zoom, WhatsApp, and so on and so forth. And secondly, social media trains the students to be more tech savvy. Because as I have already said that we are facing globalization era and we need such a good technological skills. And that's why we need to master technology. And with the social media, we can master it all. We can search videos from YouTube that can explain to us the the advantages of technology, so we can use application without feeling difficult. And third, we could get information fast and easier, because survive is for the fastest right now. So we could get information, and when you open Google, there will be, for example, for songs, there will be 74.6 million searching about songs in 0.74 seconds. So it's crystal clear that we can get more information and faster in Google. So that's all. Thank you.
The reply speech of the government spanned 4 minutes and 20 seconds. All right, the debate has ended, and it was an incredible debate between two teams. Please give them big applause. And I would like to ask all the debaters to leave the room.
Cek. Baik, selamat siang dan selamat juga kami sampaikan untuk kedua peserta ya, dari SMAS Minari Matloko dan juga SMAS Regina Pacis yang barusan tadi sudah menyelesaikan babak grand final. Baik, dari meja tim juri meminta waktu sedikit ya, bersabar sambil mereka mengumpulkan poin dari penilaian ketiga juri. Baik, adik-adik peserta lomba dan juga guru pendamping serta saat ini ada guru-guru yang juga ikut menyaksikan partai final debat bahasa Inggris ya, menyongsong Hari Pendidikan Nasional 2021 ya, dengan tema umum semangat menolak menyerah. Baik, sudah 3 hari kita berada di dalam ruangan ini ya. 3 hari pula kami dari meja tim juri dan juga dari moderator serta timekeeper kami bersama-sama. Oleh karenanya sekali lagi kami sampaikan terima kasih khusus untuk teman-teman panitia yang sudah memberikan waktu, ruang
dan juga kesempatan untuk kami boleh berada di dalam ruangan ini bersama-sama tentunya dengan adik-adik yang luar biasa dari 15 sekolah ya yang mengikuti pertandingan dari babak penyisian, lalu kemudian menuju ke 8 besar, dan kemarin terakhir semifinal. Lalu hari ini pagi tadi juga sempat diadakan semifinal terakhir. Lalu barusan yang terakhir ini kita sama-sama mengikuti partai ini, final ini. Baik, tentunya adik-adik semua khusus untuk peserta lomba bahwa benar ya, perlombaan ini, pertandingan ini tentunya kita mencari siapa yang terbaik, mencari yang juara satu. Namun lebih daripada itu bahwa nilai yang patut kita ambil dan kita petik dari pertandingan ataupun perlombaan ini adalah bagaimana adik-adik diberikan ruang ya, diberikan kesempatan untuk tampil. Dan sekali lagi atas penampilan yang luar biasa kami sampaikan terima kasih banyak. Mungkin sebentar lagi setelah selesai teman-teman tim juri mengumpulkan nilai, diumumkan waktu selanjutnya mungkin kami serahkan sepenuhnya kepada teman-teman panitia untuk mengatur. Ya, selesai dari pengumuman nilai, lalu teman-teman panitia untuk melanjutkan kegiatan ini. Baik, selamat siang dan semangat, tetap semangat untuk menunggu hasil untuk adik-adik dari Recis dan juga dari Seminari.